Good morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order. I would like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan?
Present.
Katie Addis?
Present.
John Andes?
Present.
William Gordy?
Present.
Elena McComas?
Present.
And Donald Smack.
Present.
Okay, we do have a quorum. Can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack. May I have
Second.
a second by Ms. McComas? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3-305B 1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, and any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B9, to discuss matters related to negotiations. Section 3-305B7, to consult with and obtain legal advice. And Section 3-305B10, to discuss school safety. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session and a second?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack,
Second.
a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. As we reconvene this Board of Education meeting, I want to let everyone know that we still have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to Articles 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve previous closed session minutes, to discuss matters related to negotiations, and to discuss personnel matters, and to consult with legal counsel and discuss school safety. Father John Solomon is here with us today. He's going to lead us. He is from St. Mary's Star by the Sea, the Holy Savior Catholic Church, and he will lead us in the invocation today. Would you please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? Father Solomon.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Good and gracious God, source of all wisdom and truth, we thank you for the opportunity to serve the students, parents, staff, and faculty of our county. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint. Give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us to see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. And finally, Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human person. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father Solomon, thank you very much for being with us today and for that prayer. Appreciate that. Okay, and now I'm going to turn this portion over for board nominations to the superintendent, and he will chair this portion of the meeting for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. Every year in January, the board has the obligation of electing a president and a vice president. It's done yearly, annually, and today we will be doing that. And it's the only time during the year for about less than 5 minutes I get to chair the board meeting. So as superintendent, at this time, I'm going to ask if there's any nominations, or hopefully there's at least one, nomination for the president of the school board for the 2024 year. And I'll take the nominations now.
I'd like to nominate Todd Ferrante for president of the board.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll ask a board for a motion to close the nominations and a second.
So moved to close the nominations as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Andes, a second by Elena McComas. At this time, I'd like to ask for a vote for Todd Ferrante to be the president of the school board for the 2024 year. I'll need a motion and a second for that.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bill Gordy. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, at this time, I'll turn it back over to, congratulations, Mr. Ferrante. And this time I will turn it over as he will move forward with the next nominations.
Okay. At this time, I'll open up the floor to any nominations for the Board of Vice Presidency. And can I have a motion to for the Vice President's position for the 2024-2025?
Mr. Ferrante, I'd like to nominate Mr. Bill Buchanan to be the Vice President of the Worcester County Board of Education for calendar year 2024.
Okay, and I have a motion. I have a nomination for Mr. Buchanan. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Smack. Now, are there any, before I close the nominations, are there any other nominations for Vice President? Seeing none, I'll close the nominations. Can I have a motion to approve Mr. Buchanan as the Vice President for the 2024 Board and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Buchanan. And now, approval, I need a motion to approve today's open session board minutes from December 19th, 2023 and January 8th, 2024. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
To approve this? Motion by Mr. Smack. May I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante, and Mr. Ferrante and Mr. Buchanan, the superintendent. On behalf of the executive team, we congratulate both of you and thank you for this past year and your outstanding service, and look forward to another year. First, I want to start by wishing everybody a very happy new year. I hope everyone in here enjoyed a wonderful winter break, and for those who celebrate Christmas, a very Merry Christmas, and that you were surrounded by your loved ones and that you feel rested and rejuvenated for the 2024. It's hard to believe we're in 2024. Our budget work continues this month here in Worcester County. As many of you know, the board has already held one work session earlier this month to begin its initial review of the FY 2025 budget. Our team is also meeting with, our executive team is also going to begin meeting with school leaders this month to determine the needs and priorities they have identified for their students, their school, and their staff. I want to assure our entire community that we are committed, as we are every year, to put together a budget that will enable us to continue the tradition of educational excellence that our community, our entire Worcester community, has come to expect from Worcester County Public Schools. Switching gears a bit, I know we have quite a few students to be recognized here today, and I'm very excited to offer my congratulations to those deserving students. But I want to also highlight some of our own who have been recognized recently for excellence in their craft. First, the Maryland Music Educator Association recently announced Buckingham Elementary School Principal Dr. Chris Welsh as its outstanding school administrator, and Ocean City Elementary teacher Dr. Ann Binkley as its outstanding new music educator. Additionally, Snow Hill Middle School librarian and media specialist Bo Williams was honored with a Teacher Accomplishment in Gifted and Talented Education awarded by the Maryland Advisory Council on Gifted and Talented. Mr. Williams also was named one of the only 3 international finalists in Canva's Trailblazing Teacher category in its Community Awards, which we'll hopefully learn if he wins next month. They are just a few shining examples of how our teachers and staff are truly the best our students could have. And I look forward to continuing to share more of their successes and our students' successes with both the board and the public as we move through 2024. And again, on behalf of our executive team, yes, I think they do deserve a round of applause. And on behalf of our executive team and Board of Education, I want to thank our community for your continued support of this outstanding, and I mean outstanding, school system. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And now I'd like to welcome our 2023-2024 student representatives who are today here providing their monthly updates for us from our high schools. And I believe this month we're starting with Catalina from Snow Hill High School. Catalina, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Snow Hill High School has had a busy start to the new year of 2024. Students began the year with the MISA Biology exam, English 10 MCAP, and the SHA Government exam. Recently, they finished these exams and moved on to the Algebra 1 and Geometry MCAPs. The students are working hard to excel in these exams. During the holiday break, our varsity boys basketball team participated in the Governor's Challenge basketball tournament. They won both games, and 2 students on the team achieved a significant milestone by scoring their 1,000th point. Keandre Nixon reached his milestone during the Snow Hills' first game against Laurel High School, while Jaden Hudson scored his 1,000th point in Snow Hill's second match against Sussex Central. Session 2 of After School Academy is underway. We will be offering driver's ed again this session. It will be starting on February 1st. The school counseling office continues to work with seniors on their future plans, including military, career, and college intentions. Our counselors are also assisting underclassmen in exploring various college and career options and discovering their interests and strength with the new use of our new college and career readiness program, Schoolings. Additionally, we are gearing up for the 24-25 scheduling next month with all underclassmen and rising ninth graders. Finally, lots of plans are happening for Black History Month next month, including a family paint night event on Friday, February 23rd, community speakers, and more. We would like to express our appreciation for the dedicated service of each board member to our schools and communities. During this Board Appreciation Month, we honor and appreciate all that you do. And now I'll be reading the Pocomoke High School notes. The Pocomoke High School community enjoyed several student and community celebrations and events in the last month. Our winter concert was well attended and highlighted our band front, marching band, and chorus students. Last week, staff delivered thank you baskets to local law enforcement agencies in recognition of Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. We also hosted a community tribe time. At this event, we hosted over 10 community partners to provide resources to parents as needed, including FAFSA information to families of seniors. Several members of Alpha Pi Alpha came to work with seniors on college application and financial aid. Each community tribe time this year, departments take turns hosting curriculum spotlights for families. ROTC and the Visual and Performing Arts Department hosted presentations. All activities were in addition to opportunities for families and students to engage with teachers for academic success. Finally, several students from our student voice group Speak Up were invited to provide professional development to educators at a state conference in Baltimore this past weekend. Our students represented Pocomoke and Worcester County proudly at the 39th annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration and 2024 MSCA Racial and Social Justice Summit. Upcoming events include the successful conclusion of MCAP, English, Algebra, Geometry, and Algebra 2, as well as MISA and Government HSA. Students are working hard in classes and during Year 60 to ensure a successful wrap-up for Semester 1. Semester 2, we have added 2 additional AP courses, AP Language and AP Pre-Calculus. We are excited and proud that all AP courses will be well attended with a highly diverse student population. In addition to several dual enrollment classes, we are offering an SU dual enrollment course for future educators. We have 16 future educators enrolled as part of our Race to Teach program. Finally, Session 2 of ASA will include a paid opportunity for students who want to be future educators to tutor elementary students in After School Academy. We are grateful for the grants obtained by Worcester County Public Schools that allows us to facilitate these valuable educator programs. In recognition of Board of Education Appreciation Month, Pocomoke area schools thank the Board of Education for their dedication to our amazing school system. We are grateful for the continued support in our Board of Education and executive team. Now on to Abigail for Stephen Decatur's notes.
Thank you. As the first semester comes to a close, we would like to thank our Student Government Association for sponsoring our holiday door decorating contest. Nearly every door in our building was decorated with festive themes and good tidings. It was an awesome way to conclude 2023. We also want to recognize our band and choral programs for their wonderful winter concerts at the end of December. Congratulations are in order for several of our students, including Elizabeth Bupert and Jonah Ridgely for earning All-State Band and Chorus, respectively, Bryson Coleman for earning the Maryland 2A Football Player of the Year, our Maryland Page representative Abigail Videla, the numerous other fall athlete honorees, and our stock market game top 20 finishers. During the month of January, we will administer MISA, Government, MCAP, XS for EL, and the ASK exams to approximately 1,150 students, all while teachers are preparing to administer final exams to close out the semester. The winter session of the After School Academy is off and running too, with tutorial programs offered in all major subjects and several enrichment programs. Our winter athletes are busy with several of our teams now leading the Bayside South, and many of our tech-savvy students collectively entering and anticipating 100-plus entries into the annual Media Expo. Last but not least, we would like to congratulate Mrs. Marie Stevenson on being named this year's Stephen Decatur High School Teacher of the Year. Mrs. Stevenson has taught numerous English courses and electives at Decatur for 12 years, with a total of 25 years of experience in her career. She serves as a department co-chair, as an advisor of the Leo Club, an Apple Vanguard teacher, and she serves on several committees, including the School Improvement Team, PBIS, and the County Committee for Artificial Intelligence. We know she'll represent SCHS well in the Teacher of the Year program. In closing, we want to thank our wonderful Board of Education members during the Board Appreciation Month. The staff and students at SCHS truly appreciate all you do for the schools in Worcester County. Thank you, and Happy New Year to everyone. I will now read the Worcester Tech Board Report. On Thursday, January 18th, we will hold our annual STEM and Trades Night. This is an opportunity for incoming 9th, 10th, and 11th graders to hear about our programs of study and to meet with teachers. Students will begin the course selection process in February for the 2024-2025 school year. On January 29th and 30th, students will take final exams for the semester. Hard to believe that the school year is halfway over. On Saturday, February 10th, we will hold the local competition for the Skills USA. From this competition, winners will advance to the state competition in April. On February 14th, we will be holding our annual Youth Apprentice Breakfast. This is an opportunity for employers to speak with our faculty and create employment opportunities for our students. On February 15th, we will hold our first conference night of the second semester. Good luck to all the students as they finish up this first semester classes. I'll pass it back to Mr. Fronte.
Thank you, Abigail, and thank you, Catalina. Thank you for those reports today and spending the time to bring them to before the board and everyone else. We appreciate it. I'm just going to take a minute to deviate from the agenda to give it to Mr. Taylor to discuss, especially for everyone live streaming, that we are canceling some after-school programs. So.
Yeah, I've just made a decision based on weather conditions tonight with the rain and the drop in temperatures. All our neighboring counties have canceled all after-school activities. That's everything after school. So Worcester County Public Schools, you saw Dr. App go out, I gave him the okay. We will be canceling all after school activities today due to the impending cold weather coming in with wet conditions and icy roads. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. It is now time that I recognize anyone from the audience joining us today. From the following organizations, do we have anyone here from the WCTA? I'm missing Beth. WCTA.
You
That's
used to
right.
be, Gwen. You used to be.
That's okay. Well, actually, I'll skip WCSPA for a second. Do we have any here? Do we have anyone here from the Worcester County Retired School Personnel?
Gwen, stand back up. We got you.
Do we have anyone here from WCESPA? Any representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs? Okay. Thank you for being with us today. And now move to 5.3, which is resolutions and proclamations, and we have some plaque awards to give out. But before I do that, actually we're going to go to the National Counselors Week, and I'm going to have Dr. Andes read that proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Fronte. Good afternoon, everyone. National School Counselors Week, February the 5th through the 9th, 2024. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents, as these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement the comprehensive school counseling program and help students become productive members of society, and whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Now therefore be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education recognize National School Counselors Week during the week of February 5th through the 9th, 2024, signed by our President, Todd Ferrante, Worcester County Board of Education, and our Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Lewis Taylor.
Thank you, Dr. Andes. And Lauren,
Lauren's
can
here.
you come up, please? We are going to get back to our our team awards for fall sports, but I'm going to have Mr. Taylor go ahead and read the Board Appreciation Month recognition. Mr. Taylor?
Every January is National Board Recognition Month. I've had a privilege to work for this board for a number of years now, most of them anyway, and I can tell you that their number one commitment to kids is beyond outstanding. And we have to remind ourselves all the time that we're here to do what's best by our young people. And so it's my honor today to recognize our Board of Education with a couple citations. First from Worcester County Public Schools School Board recognition for January of 2024. Whereas the mission of the public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Now, therefore, I hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the Worcester County School Board and proclaim the month of January 2024 to be School Board Recognition Month. And I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. In official recognition whereof, I hereby affix my signature the 16th day of January 2024, and it's signed by myself, Lewis H. Taylor, Superintendent of Worcester County Public Schools. I also have two other citations that were mailed to or sent to us that I won't read them, but I'll share with you. First, from the Maryland State Board of Education, and signed by the President of the Maryland State Board of Education and by the Executive Director of MABE, Maryland Associations of Boards of Education, Milton Nagel. They also sent a proclamation, a certificate. And last but not least, we have one signed by our governor and lieutenant governor here in the state of Maryland to recognize our Board of Education here in Worcester County. So would you join me in applauding the board members that sit before you today? Okay, board members, you've all got to get up and come down for a picture. You usually sit here and watch, but we have to do it today.
And now we have our student and staff community recognition, and I'm going to ask Ms. Murgott to come up. We have fall sports, and first is Stephen Decatur High School. Mr. Seitz is also here for the math.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Mr. Seitz, who has Mrs. Amy Fenzel-Murgott here with him this afternoon. And one of the things that I discussed with the students and Mrs. Fenzel-Murgott in the hallway was the importance of recognizing academic excellence as much as we recognize a lot of the other things in the school system that we recognize. So I don't want to date myself, but I do recall participating in the Salisbury University math competition that they are getting ready to speak about, so it wasn't that many years ago. But I did sit where you all were sitting and try to answer those same questions. I was not a winner, so I'm excited to see you guys here repping Stephen Decatur High School and Worcester County as winners, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Seitz.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure of introducing Miss Amy Fenzel-Murgott, who is a teacher and the department chair of our math department at Stephen Decatur High School, also our math coach for the competition team. I could go on and on about this win. Like Dr. Wallace said, it's exciting, but I'm not going to steal Miss Murgott's thunder. She's going to tell you about the great competition at Salisbury this past fall.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Great to see so many familiar faces, and those of you that don't know me, I've been teaching at Stephen Decatur High School for 28 years, and time does fly when you're having fun. The past 2 years, I have been the department head, and as such, one of my responsibilities is to get a math team together. And so it is my pleasure here today to talk to you about our math team and how well we did this year. First, I want to introduce, we have a senior, Daniel Kurchowski, who could not be here. He is with Mr. Levy on a field trip down at UMES. And I have junior Logan Dunmoyer, and I have freshman Tyler Kim. And so to tell you a little bit about it, Salisbury University every year has an Eastern Shore High School mathematics competition. This year was the 39th year of them having it. It is public and private schools on the Delmarva, Eastern Shore of Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. So it's a lot of schools in the competition. Our team, to prep for it, we get together, we meet once a week, sometimes twice a week. Sometimes we have homework. And quite honestly, I just try to stay out of their way. I really do, and I try to give them what they need. Logan, I'm so proud to say, I'm so proud of his leadership this year. He really took the team and organized the practices and got everything together and really prepped them for the competition. And so this year in our team competition, Stephen Decatur High School was #1, and so we're very proud of that. And then in the individual competition, Daniel Kurchowski came in second, and our freshman, Tyler Kim, came in first. So thank you very much, the team. We're very proud of the team, and they're going to work hard again next year. And we're really representing the whole department, mathematics department at Stephen Decatur. So thank you.
Congratulations once again to our math team. At this time, we're going to transition to our fall sports recognitions. Our student athletes this year had a great fall season, and I'm going to turn the program over to Mr. Sam Slacum, our supervisor of athletics, to move on.
Thank you, Dr. Apton. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to be in front of you today as we recognize our fall sports teams from all 3 high schools. We have a lot to celebrate this fall, a lot of success on the sports fields and on the courts. But even more importantly, you know, the unifying nature of student-based athletics brought about something in our community that quite frankly, I haven't seen in any community in a while. We unified behind sports this fall across all 3 high schools, regardless of political beliefs, socioeconomic status. We came together as a community, and we celebrated these student athletes as they achieved success statewide. So we're here today to recognize most of those, or all of those, in fact. And without further ado, we'll get started with Mr. Chris Adkins at Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Mr. Slacum. Good afternoon, board, executive team, folks out here in the crowd. First, I'm going to introduce our head volleyball coach, Mr. Keith Donaway. He is now 2 years in a row been the Bayside South Coach of the Year for women's volleyball. He has been 25-5 the past 2 years, taking the girls to regional finals. Finished regional champions last year, came up just short this year. And Coach Donaway, congratulations, Coach Bayside South Coach of the Year. Of course, with that success, we had 2 first all-team Bayside players, and I'm going to let Coach Donaway speak to their credit for this year.
Thank you so much. A big part of the Snow Hill program success is not only having just a wonderful athletic director, but also some wonderful student athletes to work with, a county and school administration that supports athletics. They support the curricular and the extracurricular. So I really appreciate that, as well as the huddle that we have as a county has been completely a big piece of what I look at as a coach, and it helps to get some of the stats for our amazing athletes. So the first athlete that I would like to acknowledge is the second time being a first team all Bayside, and that is Alexa Arnold. Alexa is one of our biggest, just one of the biggest athletes on the team to lead with, especially offensively. She has an average of 130 kills over the 2 seasons, is our lead passer, and I think about 60 aces average over the last 2 seasons. So just a phenomenal athlete. And our second person that is recognized for the second year in a row of first team all Bayside, third year, sorry. Third. So it's a good thing I got people keeping me straight. Is Catalina Lizader, is our setter and has averaged about 300 assists per season. We didn't have the stats for her freshman year, unfortunately, but we're pretty close that she had just about 1,000 assists for the entire high school career, which is just phenomenal. So much of my success is because I get to work with amazing athletes like these 2 young ladies here. So congratulations.
And now to introduce our first team all Bayside player for football, who had an incredible resurgence this year. Football was competitive and finished with its first winning season since 2011, we believe, and made it all the way to regionals, competed well, and we're looking to good things next year. Introduce Zahim is head coach Raheem Hammond.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, just want to thank Mr. Atkins, our athletic director at Snow Hill. He's been phenomenal for not just football, for all of the athletic department. Mr. Green, our principal, thank him for everything that he does. For everybody at the board, thank you guys as well. Zaheem, this guy is remarkable. He's probably one of the best things that's been in Snow Hill since Benny Tate. That's a very big thing to say. Right now, his career stats right now is 6,200 yards and 57 touchdowns at Snow Hill. So that's very remarkable at a small school of only 345 kids. The kid he's a great leader. Everybody loves him. He's very charismatic. He loves everybody, and he plays basketball. He runs track. He's a good student in school. He's a yes sir, no sir type of student, and and everything speaks for itself. So Zaheem, we thank you. We love you, man. So great job.
And now moving on to Pocomoke High School, and Athletic Director, Mr. Derek Fuchs.
Thank you guys for the invite. Another wonderful fall season. Always look forward to our season and to be very competitive. And what we do not want to miss in the fall season and any season is that academic part of being an athlete. Out of the 85 athletes that we had in the fall, 79 were minds in motion or better, which is 92% of our athletes. So that's a credit to the kids being good students and good athletes. So I just didn't want to talk about the athletic part of it and not talk about the academics. And right now I'm going to ask the head coach, Ms. Casey Hickman, to come up and recognize her first team All-Bayside athlete.
Hi, everybody. First, I want to start by saying thank you for your continued support during our season. Came up just a little bit short, but we are so thankful for everything that you guys did for us. And I just want to say that I am super proud of my team to achieve everything that they did this year. So for our first team All-State, we have Miss Dakota Trader.
Also want to recognize the team as a whole. Congratulations to the coach for a job well done this year. The girls were 1A regional champions, so we want to get the whole team up to receive the plaque and to take a picture. And they were also 1A state finalists. I apologize. The field hockey team from Pocomoke High School.
And now for Stephen Decatur High School, Athletic Director, Mr. Dan DeBronze.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us here today on this beautiful day. I'm here on behalf of Stephen Decatur High School to go over our fall sports recognition. And unfortunately, we're going to start with volleyball. We had one player who was nominated or selected as first team all-conference, and she was homesick today. So that would be Sydney Harrington. Yep, I'll take it for her. All right, so we're going to start out today with our field hockey team, and I'm going to introduce you to our head coach, Katie Griffin.
Thank you. We're going to start with our all-conference recognitions. We had 3 members make first-team all-conference out of the schools that are in the Bayside South. Stephen Decatur had the highest representation on the first team, which is amazing. So on first-team all-conference, we had Jillian Burton, Ava Snellsire, and for the first time we're not sure in school history, but in a really long time, nonetheless, we had Bailey Griffin, who was not only first team all conference, but second team all state. And now I'm going to bring up our team that won the 2A East Region championship this year. It is the first, field hockey was the only team at Stephen Decatur that did not have a banner in the gym, and we have changed that and made history, and we now have a East Region championship banner going up in our gymnasium for our field hockey team.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. I spent 21 years at Stephen Decatur High School, and every year I struggled with our field hockey team, and I don't know in the 21 years if they won 10 games. They really were challenged. So I want to thank the Griffins for what they've done in field hockey to turn that program around, and to hear the number of games they're winning and now where at the level they're competing. And I want to thank you young ladies for making that possible too. So congratulations to Stephen Decatur Field Hockey. Thank you. Stan, I think you need to be in this picture because you help quite a bit. Just a little bit, right.
Okay, next up, we're going to do our girls soccer team and head coach, Will Coolidge.
She's not here, so we'll take it for her. Yeah, so Caitlin and Riley have been 4-year varsity players. So absolutely big impacts on this team. This is my first year coaching, so this is my first senior class that's leaving me. So it's been an absolute joy, and Caitlin was our number one forward all year with 11 goals and 7 assists, so really awesome, well-deserving.
All right, next up we have our head men's soccer coach, Mr. Jamie Greenwood.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I had 2 players make first team. Our first one was unable to be here tonight. He's snowed in and can't get a flight out of where he is. So, but Finn Ramnarine is a 4-year varsity player. He was a defensive leader. He made first team all conference and is a fantastic young man. We're going to miss him next year, so he's a senior. Our next and second player that made first team was Brogan Eastlack. Brogan's been a 4-year varsity member. He's been our leading goal scorer the past 2 years. First team last year as well. Brogan brings a lot of fire and energy to the field. So, again, going to miss him next year. So thank you guys for honoring us today.
All right, our next team, I'm going to introduce you to head coach Brenda Hommel for girls cross country.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. So excited about our girls cross country team this year. We won the Bayside meet, and this was the first year since 2008, which was my first year teaching at Decatur. That was 15 years ago since the girls at Decatur have won the Baysides. I've always said for the last 3 years of coaching that all we needed was just 1 or 2 more girls, and we could get there. And this year we were so lucky to have freshman Avery Weber, and we had our junior Evie Eggers join us, and then one of our track girls athletes, Nevaeh Horton. And so let me introduce the team, led by senior Macy Warnecki, Amber Marshall. You guys can, oh, okay. Yes, Macy Warnecki. And then Amber Marshall. Avery Weber. Evie Eggers, Alessandra Fernandez, Nevaeh Horton, and then Sage Hall was not able to be with us today, but she would have been our 7th member. I introduced, well, these are the varsity girls, but 5, so the way cross country works is 5 score, and then we have 2 pushers. So we have our 5 scorers, and then our 2 pushers. One of them is Nevaeh, and one is Sage. So they didn't score, but they are considered varsity members. And the way cross country works is you want the lowest possible score to win, and our girls scored 41 points. The next team that scored were 77 points. So big difference between where our girls came in and where the next team. And we're only losing 1 senior next year, so we're very excited to go back and hold our title next year. That's the hope. So. And we're going to keep 4 of our girls up here, if you want to. So the girls that are all state Baysides, you guys can stay up. The girls that got medals, stay up. Okay, so Alessandra and Nevaeh, you're gonna come. You're gonna. There you go. Pass that on. Great. Okay, so to be considered all Bayside, you are the top 15 for the Bayside conference. And for girls, we had 67 runners this year. Top 15 are all Baysides. And so Macy Warnecke got second place in the Bayside meet, Amber Marshall 5th place, Avery Weber 12th place, and then Evie Eagers 14th place. So this is considered our all Bayside cross-country team. One other thing just to say about as far as how teams are evaluated, among our varsity girls, the time, the interval time between our first place and our last place was only 3 minutes, which was really, really, like, just shows the strength of the team and how well they work together. Okay, so then we're going to introduce our boys. These are our boys' first team, Bayside. We have Trey Rill and Braden Bell. Our boys team scored second this year in the Bayside, and we are looking to get that first place trophy next year. But Braden Bell scored 8th, and Trey Rill scored 12th. And again, our boys team was super, super strong, mostly made up of sophomores, and the total time in between the boys and girls for the first and the last for our boys team was 1 minute and 12 seconds. So they're all running very, very strong.
All right, next up we have our golf team. Now our golf team has been doing some really good things the last couple of years since Coach Stearman's taken over, basically taken over a great tradition at Stephen Decatur High School. Coach Stearman was named the Bayside Conference Coach of the Year.
We had a fantastic year this year. I'm going to introduce our all-conference team. Sam Berger was first team all-conference. Cole Kohut was first team all-conference and player of the year in the Bayside. Evan Oglesby, first team all-conference. And Clayton McCabe, first team all-conference. I'd like to also introduce Jasper Davis, Brady Cunane, and Brody Kendall. Luke Popolewski is also a member of our team who was not able to make it. I just can't say enough about this golf team this year. We finished 11-0 in the regular season. We won the Bayside title for the 3rd consecutive year. So getting back to our year this year, we finished 11-0. We won our 3rd consecutive Bayside title, our 2nd consecutive district title. We sent 4 members to the state title, where Sam Boger finished 5th in the state, Cole Kohut finished 10th in the state, Evan Oglesby finished 20th in the state, and the team finished 5th in the state this year, so it was a great accomplishment for us.
Thank you, Coach Stearman. All right, last but not least, we're going to talk about football. Before we begin, I do have to make an announcement. Coach Coleman had to leave, unfortunately. I don't know if any of you know anything about football, high school, but a head coach's job is it's a 24/7 job. And, our coaches at Stephen Decatur are constantly in the off season trying to get our seniors into college, trying to get our juniors and sophomores, trying to get their game film up so college coaches can look at it. And we had a coach from University of Maryland, Kevin Sumlin, who used to be head coach at Texas A&M. He's now the offensive coordinator at Maryland. He basically texted Coach Coleman about an hour ago, said, I'm going to be at Stephen Decatur in 20 minutes to talk to Tribe Wise and Dave and Chandler. So that's why he had to leave. I told Coach, I said, you got to take care of that. So he was very upset. I've known Coach Coleman for a long time, and I've been coaching on, right next to him for the last 20 years. And I'm proud to say that Coach Coleman was named, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional, Bayside Conference Coach of the Year for the first time in his career. We had some really good teams, at the school we were at before, and he got overlooked a lot of times. I see a lot of the hard work that he puts in, and it's well deserved. Not only was he Bayside Conference Coach of the Year, but he was the 2A State Coach of the Year. So we're very proud of Coach Coleman. All right, now to some fun stuff. We're going to recognize some individuals first. We're going to start out with Bryson Coleman, first team All Bayside, Bayside Conference Offensive Player of the Year, Maryland 2A East All-State Team, and Maryland first team All-State. Also was named Maryland 2A Player of the Year. He had a pretty good season. Next, I'm going to introduce Gavin Salito. Gavin, first team All Bayside, Maryland 2A East All-State Team, first team All-State, and Bayside Conference 2-way Player of the Year.
Again, I'd be remiss if I didn't share this. After all my years at Stephen Decatur High School, as a former player, a former coach at Decatur High School, and then administrator there for 21 years, I want to congratulate you guys and for making this community and Stephen Decatur proud. But I want to tell a little story about this young man right here. If you know anything about football, Bryson Coleman is an outstanding athlete, as is all of those kids, every one of them. But this guy right here, if you've never seen him play football, pound for pound, I hope I don't ever run in an alley with him, because he will literally take your head off. I've seen this young man throughout the year, throughout the last few years. What is so impressive about him, and I think his teammates would say the same thing, he doesn't back down from anything, any size. And I said, of all my years at Stephen Decatur High School, when I go back to 1974, I'm telling my age when I entered there, pound for pound, I think this is probably, pound for pound, one of the best football players, pound for pound again, so I don't leave anybody out, that I've ever seen at Decatur High School to wear that Decatur uniform. He's incredible. And I just was amazed every night. He played on both sides of the ball. He did some incredible things for a young man his size. And he's going to have a bright future. But I will tell you, I want to thank you personally. I'm a fan of all of our sports in Worcester County, a big fan. Decatur's a little closer because that's where I graduated from. And I want to thank you for what you did, pound for pound, for what you did this year on both sides of that ball, and I wanted to publicly say that. So, Gavin, congratulations, bud.
He had a pretty good inside linebacker coach, too. All right, next up, Brogan Eastlack. First team, All Bayside Conference. Bayside Conference Special Teams Player of the Year. Honorable mention, All-State, and Maryland 2A East All-State team. He did. He did. That's him, the one and only. All right, next, he unfortunately couldn't be here. He's meeting with Coach Sumlin right now. Tribe-wise, first team All-Bayside Conference, Maryland 2A East All-State team. Congratulations to Tribe. Next would be Ethan Bradshaw. Ethan, first team All-Bayside Conference. Garrett Maloney, first team All-Bayside Conference, Maryland 2A East All-State team. Corrine Bolden, first team All-Bayside Conference. And lastly, again, he's meeting with a coach right now, David Chandler, first team All-Bayside Conference.
While they're getting in line, I do want to announce, I was so much on Gavin. Bryson Coleman is going to Vanderbilt on a full scholarship to play football at a Division I school, Vanderbilt. So congratulations to you.
And I just want to say one thing. The pride and the community really poured out for you guys this year. I was at the championship game, and I was so proud to see that on our side of the field, it was packed. And I was looking around since I was a Decatur graduate too, and all the alumni and former football players that were sitting there and watching you guys and how proud they were of you. It was an amazing feat, and it's something to be remembered. So thank you.
All right, this is going to be kind of tricky because we've got a lot of them here. But we're going to bring up our state championship football team. These guys had one heck of a season, and I think, Bryson, did you guys want to say something? All right. These guys not only won the Bayside championship, which is, it's not a game that gets played. It's just our conference has a small school championship and a big school championship, and we were the big school champions. I don't remember the last time a South school won the Bayside championship, but it's been a long time. I mean, that trophy usually goes to Kent Island or Queen Anne's, so it's back in the South now.
Thank you guys for all your support of the team and everything. This team is very special. From the beginning of the season to the end, the resilience they've all showed is it's amazing. Whether from the starters to whether you were a guy that helped us on the scout team, everybody had a very, very important role, very major role. It was a team win for sure. And this is just a great group of guys and everything. I'm glad I was able to play with them and everything. And as we went around to schools and everything, just seeing the support that we had was unbelievable. And all these guys are all role models for younger kids and everything. So, we hope to continue it, and I hope to continue the tradition of winning football at Stephen Decatur.
And one last thing before we bring all these guys up. I don't know if anybody's aware of the all our state championships that the MPSSAA conducts. At the end of each tournament, whether it's field hockey or boys soccer, girls soccer, or field hockey, they announce a sportsmanship award that goes to one team, one school, out of all the teams that, out of all the classifications. So I'm proud to announce that Stephen Decatur High School was named the sportsmanship winner for the football tournament. So that's another proud moment. Bring these guys up.
Wait, you gotta be able to see her. I know. He's in the back. Yeah, that's a little, she's way high. Try and squeeze it as much as you can, even if you have to go back a little further, that's fine. Sorry.
They're back up a little bit.
Okay, I was.
There we go. Everybody looking at you on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to do one more for good measure. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
And just to emphasize the Sportsmanship Award, because that is such a special award when it comes to the state tournament. That award is given regardless of classification, regardless of winners or losers. So of the 12 football teams that played in the state tournament, there was only one Sportsmanship Award winner, and it was Stephen Decatur High School. Get one more round of applause for all 3 of our high schools and their incredible athletic achievements for the fall.
Thank you so much. So now it comes time for public comment. Individuals comments, and all individuals who've signed up to address the Board of Education may do so for 1 to 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. And first up, we have Kathy Cater.
Again, my name is Kathy Cater of Bishopville, and you all know the rest. Some of the most important people in a child's life are the teachers of the schools that we send them to daily. While most of the Board of Ed is well aware, not sure how much the commissioners or many in the public are aware of the hours teachers spend on planning and prepping to educate the children in their care. Those that think a teacher's job is 8 to 3 o'clock, 5 days a week, 10.5 months out of the year are egregiously mistaken. Teachers spend immeasurable hours outside of the school day, on weekends, and in summer prepping to meet the curriculum mandates, testing requirements, graduation requirements, and personalized instruction. This means teachers undergo continuous preparedness through workshops, professional development coursework, and postgraduate education to meet those standards. I came to work for Worcester County System years ago because of the superior support that they provided to their professionals through materials of instruction, supplemental positions, and salary compensation. I find it interesting that the commissioners say they want a budget presented in Wacomico's format. For heaven's sakes, why? That's like comparing apples and oranges. By the way, the county that I left to come here from was Wacomico, and the reason why I left, it was greatly affected by their budgeting and their inability to provide adequate support to their teachers and administration at the time. It's interesting that the commissioners are basically claiming a lack of transparency with submission of the school board budget based on how it is, when they do not hold even open meetings for themselves for community input made to using our tax dollars. Sorry, but holding meetings to tell the public about decisions already made does not count. By the way, the budget format submitted by the board is state approved and has been done for years. The word priorities has been thrown about. It's obvious to myself and others that the commissioners' priorities are the ones that should be questioned. It is clear the commissioners' continuous doublespeak with regard to rejecting the submitted budget is nothing more than a political maneuver that will force the board to go to the MOE, which we all know will put us in a position to be unable to meet the Maryland blueprint. Let us face it, they had no intention of agreeing to the budget request, even though they did agree and then reneged on their word. Political gamesmanship has no place in our education system or in our children's lives. The commissioners have the money, and they will have even more money with the continued increase they receive from Ocean City alone. Let's see what their priorities are in the coming months. Teachers deserve to be paid for all that they do. As I mentioned earlier, commissioners do the right thing, and board members, please continue to fight for our teachers and students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Donna Pellinger.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Pellinger, and I live at 345 Walnut Hill Drive in Berlin. I am here today to address the need for Summer Academy. My husband and I have twin sons in 5th grade at Berlin Intermediate School. Our 10-year-old son, Connor, has Down syndrome and congenital hydrocephalus. As a 3-year-old, he began attending Buckingham Elementary School. Since pre-K 4, he has had the opportunity to attend Summer Academy. As with most children with special needs, Summer Academy has been a critical component in his educational success. Although he does qualify for extended school year, he will not get the same benefit that he does from the robust Summer Academy. Additionally, the closest camps for children with special needs are 3 to 4 hours away, and extended school year services are very limited, only offering 30 to 60 minutes a week depending on the child's needs. I am fortunate to work as a part-time grant writer for Worcester County Public Schools. Due to the county's disappointing maintenance of effort funding, I was tasked with finding grant opportunities for Summer Academy. 2 grants totaling $15,000 were not funded, and we are awaiting information on a $150,000 request. As you may know, in 2023, Worcester County offered 5 weeks of summer programming at 14 school sites for 1,091 students in pre-K through grade 12, which was 42 more than in 2022. Of those students, 49% were white, 30% African American, 10% Hispanic, 7% 2 or more races, 2% Asian, and 2% not specified. Many students comprised critical subgroups. 23% were students with disabilities, 64% were those who received free and reduced meals, and 5% were English language learners. It would be extremely beneficial to be able to offer Summer Academy at the same level again this summer. However, perhaps the academy can be downsized from 4 days a week to 2 or 3 days a week. This would save on salaries and transportation costs. Students deserve the opportunity to engage with their peers and teachers during the summer. They gain valuable knowledge and independence thanks to the small class sizes and individualized teaching. Without Summer Academy, these students will fall further behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Tasha Hoffler. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tasha Hoffler. I live in Fruitland, Maryland. I am the Family and School Connections Facilitator for Worcester County Public Schools, but today I come to you as a proud parent of 11th grade student who attends Snow Hill High School, Chloe Hoffler. First, thank you for allowing me to speak today and share a few positive thoughts. My daughter came to Snow Hill High School in her 8th grade year during COVID, after attending a private school since kindergarten. She came very shy and quiet and did not know one student or teacher. Since her 9th grade year, she has excelled not only academically, but socially. She has come out of her shell completely, and I must give thanks and credit to the previous and current administration, teachers, counselors, and staff of Snow Hill High School. Attending Snow Hill High School, she is surrounded by the most caring, supportive, and encouraging staff. This has allowed her to try numerous new things, including being last year's musical. This is the reason I go out of my way to have Chloe attend Snow Hill High School, even though we are residents of Wacomico County. It is completely worth the commute. She is a member of the National Honor Society, Beta Club, Nesby Jr., Legal Interns, Chorus, and a mentor, and she's a continued straight A student. The learning atmosphere that Mr. Green and the Snow Hill High School staff provide for Chloe and the other students is unmatched. Not only have they been a crucial part in helping Chloe make new friends, but they've also given her opportunities to be part of different clubs and organizations. Chloe is currently taking AP classes, and I'm more than confident that she will be prepared to excel at any university that she attends. Thank you so much for this opportunity to shine a positive light on a wonderful school and staff.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jane Adamczyk. Says Jane here. I know, but they wrote Jan, so I'm just following directions.
No worries.
Sorry, Jan.
I'm Jan Adamczyk from Berlin. I applaud you and ask you to stay strong in your decision to prevent outside agitators from usurping the authority of parents and well-trained caring educators. I am concerned that there are vocal people seeking to undermine the public school system, not to make it better. They do this by exaggerating highly emotional issues, harassment of public officials, misrepresentation of facts, and through insinuation, carelessly damaging the reputations of fine people. These strategies are coordinated nationally to get agitators elected to school boards and commissions, county commissions. These people are not safeguarding public school students, but are pursuing intolerant interests of groups such as Moms for Liberty. If this group was truly interested in promoting and improving our public school system, they would push for funding the schools. They would watch out for waste without smearing the individuals working honestly to prepare the budget. They would address their concerns about individual books with educators in a non-confrontational, considerate way. They would stop depicting schools as unsafe and allow school officials to work with our excellent police force to ensure the safety of our kids. We must ask ourselves, what are they hoping to gain by loudly disparaging public schools and public officials? Are they hoping to persuade the public to allow vouchers so we can subsidize their intolerant views? Have we all forgotten the overall value of a public school system to a community? Quote, investing in public education is far more cost-effective than paying for the social and economic consequences of underfunded, low-quality schools. It is by fully funding the needs of the public school system, paying for excellent teachers, and keeping class size small that make Worcester County a desirable place.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Virginia Cipollone.
There was too many student athletes.
You can just give it to us and we'll make a copy.
Read it. I've seen people do that before.
No, we have 2 minutes for every speaker, so she would be allowed to read it or some other speaker in the audience.
Last meeting when someone did that, why?
No, that's not, you can give us the paper if you'd like. That's the way it's going to be. And we'll make a copy and give it to all the board members.
Everybody should hear what she had to say, though, publicly. That's why she came.
Next speaker is Michelle Abuzaid.
Hi, my name is Michelle Abuzaid from Ocean City, Maryland. I just wanted to come to talk about that I'd like to hope that Worcester County Public Schools would consider metal detectors. Unfortunately, it's an unsightly thing, but I feel like a few isolated incidents that have happened. I have a little guy coming through the school system, starting over, and I have my older kids. I would feel, I think it's something warranted that we should look into and possibly do for the schools. And that was my main thing for coming today. Also, I would like to ask the school system to consider eliminating the multiple middle week half-days. I feel like these half-days stop the continuity of learning, and I feel that it's detrimental for the retention of material for students. So going forward, maybe with the new calendar that they're proposing, if that could come into play. And that was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie Cutlip. Jackie, the gentleman who's beside you, would he like to read this after the order of the speakers? Would he want to read this in? He can do so if he'd like.
He can read Virginia's paper, but I can't.
Every individual gets 2 minutes. So when your turn is done and after I'm finished with the last speaker, he can read that.
I
in.
appreciate the offer.
Absolutely.
Hopefully he will take you up on that.
Okay.
My name is Jackie Cutlip. I live in Berlin, Maryland, and I'm actually a parent of 3 students in schools right now. I would like to start by making it known that I did follow instructions last week on the school website and sent an email requesting that I be allowed to speak over these 2 inadequate minutes. And I was denied for no good reason other than you guys wanted to control the narrative, and I was also invited to meet behind closed doors, which is wrong. It should be public. The school calendar vote is here, and I'm here to say for parents and teachers who can't come because they're working, which is why we need more night meetings, that no one wants 6 or 7 half Wednesdays in the middle of our school calendar. It is disruptive to parents' work, children, and the learning. I had a post on Facebook, and the teachers were messaging me on the side, your teachers, saying this is unnecessary and they're a waste of time. That's your teachers. You said that the half days were to try and improve absences. However, the calendar you're building is making more absences. People want to be able to travel. If you did a half day Thursday off Friday, people could travel on Friday. Instead, we're going to take our kids out on Friday, hence causing a Friday absence when I would normally adhere to that. You guys, years ago, we had 10 vacation days, then 7, now 5. Our parents' notes comes with strings attached. The habitual skippers, you're never going to stop them. They're going to keep skipping school. You need to try and build a calendar that people that travel are going to follow, hence you will have less absentees. Give us back half days, give us a week off in March, try a 2-hour late delay. My niece's school in Annapolis does this. For PD, they come in 2 hours late. Just think outside of the box. I would appreciate if you redo a calendar and let us vote on something that we actually want instead of having to pick the lesser of 3 that nobody wants anyway. It's not really a voice. School safety, I'm on the school safety committee. You need to be more firm with your punishments with these students committing crime. Okay, you have no problem threatening children, mine, who are on NJHS, straight A students, that if they're absent an extra day, they're going to get kicked off. But those kids that commit crime and are removed by the police are allowed back in school. This is not okay. You're not sending a good message to your students, to your staff, or to the parents, and the kids need to feel protected. 2 knives, 2 schools this year. Both those kids are back in school. It's public knowledge there was a robotext. We need the metal detectors. I'm on that committee. We need to stop stalling. We have good schools. I will admit that. We have good schools, but you guys always say they're the best, and they're not. You're dropping the ball on how to make them the best. Do better for our kids, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle DeSeca.
Mr. President, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Michelle DeSeco of Berlin, and I shall be reading comments from Nancy Michelson of Ocean Pines, as she was unable to be here today. I was able to watch the live stream of the board's 2025 budget work session on January 8th and gained valuable knowledge about the needs of Worcester County students as well as the mandates that constrain available resources. I'd like to thank Mr. Tolbert and his assistant for their effort to transform the Maryland template for a categorical budget, into the painstaking line item account requested by the Worcester County Commissioners. Board Member Katie Addis is to be commended for her questions, allowing Mr. Tolbert to provide a clear rationale for each budget item that he has been able to create to date. It certainly seemed to me that the work that went into this budget has met the Commissioner's request. Mr. Tolbert, Dr. Andes, and Dr. Wallace also provided invaluable commentary to assure county constituents that thoughtful planning on the part of school administration has led to a reasonable budget request. Throughout the session, I heard only focus on continuing to maintain high-quality education for Worcester County students and concern for fiscal responsibility. At this point in the process, I see no reason for the county commissioners to reject the Worcester County School Board's budget request for 2025. And I have real concern that another year of maintenance of effort will be devastating to our teachers and students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gwen Lehman, next speaker.
Gwen Lehman, Ocean Pines, retired teacher. If you would allow me to wax a bit poetic, I would like to thank members of this board for remaining atop the heights of the Book Access Mountain following your December meeting. Your collective rejection of Member Addis's invitation to begin to descend from that mountaintop keeps our public schools from a slippery slide that ends in Escambia County, Florida, where dictionaries and encyclopedias are the latest books to be removed from school library shelves. Dictionaries, encyclopedias. CBS News, among others, is reporting that a list of challenged titles obtained and published by PEN America includes 5 dictionaries, 8 encyclopedias, and the Guinness Book of World Records. There is currently a list of 1,600 titles being challenged. Only 70 of those titles have been reviewed to date. Challenged titles include Merriam-Webster's Elementary Dictionary, the Bible Book, the World Book Encyclopedia of People and Places, Guinness Book of World Records 2000, Webster's Dictionary and Thesaurus for Students, and the American Heritage Children's Dictionary. Where does it end if even dictionaries and encyclopedias are to be removed from library shelves? But this can be seen as the logical outcome for book banning, a movement driven by moralistic religious zeal and an extreme anti-education conservatism. Once it begins, where does it stop? And if you're a book banner, how do you stop yourself? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Edward Lee. Mr. Lee.
At 7 o'clock tonight, I will meet with the ministers.
Mr. Lee, your address, we know it, but just for the record, just say where you're from.
205 South Collins Street.
Thank you.
Snow Hill. Did my time start over or start up now? Okay.
I'm gracious, Mr.
Thank
Lee.
you, sir. I meet tonight at 7 o'clock with the Ministerial Alliance here in Snow Hill. It's a follow-up to the invitation that I gave to the board and to the superintendent at the last meeting. Unfortunately, the board nor the superintendent attended that meeting with us, the community, because we're reporting back tonight. It's really problematic for me, and I don't want to get into lambasting or in any sense admonishing the board. I want to come quickly to what I just heard a lady say who spoke at this mic just a few minutes ago. She said I was offered a behind the scenes or closed doors meeting, I refused it. I didn't hear anyone say that was not true. And you can tell I'm frustrated. I want to sit down and I want to talk with the board and with the superintendent about the two issues that we talked about and when inviting you to the meeting. And that is restorative practices, number one, and the blueprint, number two. As it relates to the matters that affect the black and brown community, straight up, no hemming and hawing about it. We need to do that. We want to continue to work with you. We are your supporters. We are your supporters. I would like you to let me know when, Mr. President, we can have that meeting with the board.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Would this gentleman like to read this into the record? He would not? Okay. Yes. You had your 2 minutes, Ms. Scarlett. Okay. Yep, and she's not present. So now, is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to curriculum and instruction, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Shorts.
Actually, I believe it's Dr. Wallace first today. Correct, Dr. Wallace?
I'm sorry, Dr. Wallace.
That's
I'll
okay.
turn it over to you.
It sure can be me. I think we're going to be joining Mr. Hamill anyway. But I would like to introduce Dr. Hamill. Sorry about that. Gave you a different title there. Call you something different. You might have been called worse at some point. But Dr. Hamill is here today, and he is going to share with the board our ESSA star ratings that were recently released. You may have read about them, but it's one of the things that we share out and give a little bit more education around each year. Dr. Hamill does an excellent job. He is in the throes of assessment season right now, which play into our star ratings that you're getting ready to hear about. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to him. It's 9399.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. You're going to come and join me. Elbow buddies. All right, so the ESSA star ratings did come out, and as a little bit of a recap for you, schools across the state of Maryland, all public schools, are awarded 5 stars based upon the percentage of total points that they receive based upon a variety of different indicators. These include things such as academic performance, student growth, chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, and a whole plethora, really, of different things. Schools, basically, schools earning more than 75% or more of the total possible points earn 5 stars, 60 to 75 is 4 stars, so forth and so on. Okay. This past year, statewide, you can see this is basically the breakdown of percentage of ESSA stars earned, or ESSA points earned, rather, by schools across the state of Maryland. And I want to just point your attention, if I could, to the 75% or greater. So last year, it's currently sitting at 6%. So 6% of all schools in the state of Maryland got 5 stars or greater this year, okay, or for the 22-23 school year, or yeah, 22-23. Last year, it was 16%. Okay, so there was a really significant drop across the state. And this is something that the state itself identified. When you take a look here, basically at about a 3-to-1 ratio, schools that changed star ratings lost stars rather than gained them, okay?
So I had a really quick question on the first slide.
Please.
It says under the school quality, it says can also include survey data. Does our county include survey data? And
it has to include, yes. So there's a Maryland school survey that's given to all of our students and faculty. Grades, I believe it's 5 through 12 for the students, or 5 through 11 rather, and then all faculty are given it as well.
And you said it was called what? I'm sorry.
It is the Maryland School Survey.
Thank you.
And it actually rates, I think, 10 different areas, and then those ratings are averaged, and we earn 7 points for the student survey and 3 points for the educator survey.
And can you give just a brief overview of what that survey entails?
So the survey, it's a multiple choice survey, and the students take it. Usually they'll do like a 5th period, everybody just stop and take it. It doesn't take a tremendous amount of time. I think there's a bank of over 100 questions that the state can choose from, but the state chooses them at their leisure, and they don't tell us which ones they're going to be. The students, they're multiple choice. I believe they're all 4-point Likert scales, if I recall correctly. And I can certainly send you some more information about the Maryland School Survey if you'd like.
That would be great. And
yeah.
does each student have the same survey, or is it kind of
I believe it's
a different survey?
I believe it's different, but I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. Yeah.
Well, that would be great if I could get some information
Yep,
on that. Thank
no
you.
problem. So the question then, I think, is why some of our calculations from last year for the state performance changed up on us a little bit. And I think there's really 2 things to pay attention to. The first was chronic absenteeism. For the 21-22 school year, we were basically given some grace by the state, recognizing that COVID was still occurring. And so they used a more generous scale when looking at chronic absenteeism. Last year, they reverted back to the normal scale, even despite the fact that COVID numbers were still there, and absenteeism last year was still higher than we would traditionally consider it to be. To give you a little bit of context, a school with 20% of its population chronically absent, and that's a student who has missed 10% or more of their total enrollment days, they would have earned 11.5 points in 21-22. Last year, they would have earned 9 points. Okay. And so schools are generally anywhere earning between a total possible of 48 to 100 points. So you can see how that could have a pretty strong, profound impact. Yeah.
I just wanted to share and give a little bit more clarification to the board around chronic absenteeism and some comments that have been made and some things that we've heard out in the community around the calendar. One of the reasons that we went to Wednesday half PD days was because our attendance was so poor when we did Fridays. And you can see the reason why the state pays attention to chronic absenteeism is because there's a lot of data out there that says here's how often you need to be in school to be successful. And so that was one of the reasons why we switched our professional development days to Wednesdays. And I will share, contrary to some statements I know that have been made in the public, our attendance data shows that our students are more likely to be here for professional days on a Wednesday versus a Friday. So I wanted to share that. And the second thing I wanted to share around this is that, and we are continuing to work on that calendar committee. So I will tell you that I believe Dr. Apt and Ms. Steers have already, prior to today's meeting, made some decisions with the help of our Teachers Association around some different calendar options. So that's already been done prior to today. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that at our last Assistant Superintendent's meeting, Ms. Shorts and myself attended with the state. I brought up my concern with chronic absenteeism and the way that it's been calculated. Certainly we are moving out of the pandemic, but every student who gets COVID still has to be out of school 5 days. And so it doesn't matter if it's an excused or unexcused absence, and I did put up quite a fuss about it, and our colleagues across the state seconded all those concerns. We also brought up to the state that we've learned some lessons in COVID. Right? And one of the lessons that we've learned is the power of distance learning. And so we're still using our learning management system. So even when a student is out of school, they're still learning. And what we're pushing the state as a group is we do believe in attendance is important. It's very important. But it's also important for your child to stay home when they're sick. And so we've learned that students are still achieving when they're missing school in a way that's different than before COVID due to distance learning or learning management systems. Students are still able to log on, they're still able to access their work, and having that learning management system still in place, Schoology that our students are using and our staff is using is super helpful. And I'll tell you that our staff, even some of them still, I know, go out of the way when a student is absent to Zoom their classroom, even though we tell them that they do not have to do that. So things have changed, and I will say say that we are definitely pushing the state as a group of assistant superintendents. Under Mr. Taylor and a few other superintendents' leadership, we formed a cohort of leaders of assistant superintendents, and this is one of the hot things on our agenda that we're going to be talking about with the state. We've got to find a little better sweet spot than what we have right now, just because we've learned students are learning when they're absent, and at the same time, COVID is still here and we still have those attendance requirements. So the state, we really feel like, needs to take that into consideration.
And really quick too, what is the number of chronic absenteeism? Is there a threshold that they must reach to get there? Or?
It is.
Okay.
It's 10%. So if a student attends all 180 days of school, it's 18 days.
Okay.
If a student, though, we have some. So basically, the student has to be a member. Have attended at least 10 days to be even counted. But once they hit that threshold, then if, let's say, they did 20 days, and if they missed more than 2 days, they would be considered chronically absent. Okay, and in that way, one of the other complications and contradictions of chronic absenteeism is that we can have a student start in Pocomoke, become chronically absent there, go to Snow Hill, be chronically absent there, and then go to Stephen Decatur Middle and be chronically absent there, and count 3 times against, once for each school, because of the way it gets calculated.
Thank you.
Yep. So the student growth percentile was the other area that changed. And basically, student growth percentile is supposed to measure a student's growth from one year to the next based upon their MCAP scores. And what it does is it's supposed to compare the student who scored 752 on their ELA 3 exam to all of the other students in the state last year who scored 752 on their ELA 3 exam, and then look at the difference in their ELA 4 exam, and then basically rank them on a percentile. It wasn't done like that last year. It was based more on the early assessment of the MCAP that we gave right when we started coming back from the pandemic. And now, again, we've returned back to that model that they were using now that we have 2 straight years of MCAP data. I also wanted to, and I did this for you last year, and I think it's instructive to help compare apples to apples. So basically what I did here is I just listed out, so on the left-hand side you have the percentage of ESSA points earned for schools across the state of Maryland, and then going along the bottom you have poverty. So the further you go right, the more impoverished the school is based upon their farms rate, so a higher farms rate. And so you can see that as a general trend in the state, the more poverty there is, the less performance there is on ESSA. And you can also see all of those colored dots are our elementary schools, and all of our elementary schools are beating that margin and beating that expectation, right? That red line is the line of best fit. It is the line that says, you know, given what we know about poverty, the intersection between poverty and achievement, we would expect you to end up right about here, and all of our schools are performing well above that line. And the story is the same as well for our middle schools. You can see Stephen Decatur, Snow Hill, and Pocomoke. All of them in rarefied company. Pocomoke in particular is really, it's sort of out there on its own as an outlier. And then also our high schools as well, all coming in above that line, with Snow Hill putting in a particularly strong performance based upon their levels of poverty. All right, let's talk about the actual stars. So this is our elementary schools. We had a new entrant this year. Pocomoke Elementary School joined the star rankings. In order to be calculated and count as having a star rating, you have to have a total of possible of 45 points. Well, they had 48, and the reason that they had 48 this year versus last year is that their ELL population grew to 10 students, which is just the threshold needed in order to be counted, and so they got those 10 points or were awarded those 10 points, and it brought them up. But it also creates a situation, if you start looking down at the possible versus the earned, that when you have 48 possible points versus 73, every one of those points is going to count more and more, right? And so Pocomoke Elementary was one of our 3-star schools. Our other elementary schools came in at 4 stars, but I would strongly encourage looking at that through that lens of understanding this is how many they had to even work with in the first place. And it's quite possible if their ELL population were to drop next year that they wouldn't even make the star ratings next year. So it's a very, very tight margin that they're living on right now. I also wanted to give you a sense for what it looked like going from 21-22 to 22-23 for our schools that had scores from both years. And you can see in the academic progress section, that blue section there, that we are mostly, I mean, it's almost all good. We're almost improving in every academic progress measure. Where we struggled was in that chronic absenteeism, as you can see, and then also in that SGP, which is that student growth percentile for both math and ELA. Those were areas that we did struggle to get to the level that we had last year. Part of that is just because the metric itself is more challenging, and part of it is that so many of our students perform at such a high level that you start getting into diminishing returns. And so it can be really challenging to eke out higher and higher numbers in that particular category every year. With regards to our middle schools, you can see that there's a lot here, but we had Pocomoke Middle School came in at 4 stars, Snow Hill Middle School at 3, Stephen Decatur Middle at 4, and BIS at 4. And you can see they had the student survey added in. They also had the science credit and the social studies credits for those state assessments that happen at 5th and 8th grade in both social studies and in science that are also now counting into the overall point values. And again, you can see the changes. Again, academic progress, very solid. It is in that SGP and to some lesser extent in some of the survey and chronic absenteeism data that we tended to fall down a little bit, or go down a little bit, I should say. And then last but not least is our high schools, with Pocomoke and Snow Hill coming in at 4 stars and Stephen Decatur High School coming in at 3 stars. And I will point out the margins again. 60% qualifies you as a 4-star school. So Stephen Decatur missed it by 2.3 points, percentage points. So we're not talking about a huge margin here. They were barely a 3-star school and almost a 4-star school. And then when we take a look at last year and the changes that occurred, again, same story. High school doesn't actually get student growth percentile. It's kind of an important thing to keep note. What ends up happening in high school, instead of looking at a student year to year to year to year, they look at all of the students basically who graduated that year. And they say, what was the student's highest score on a math assessment? What was their highest score on an English assessment? And then they develop the numbers based upon that. And in this case, we actually had not as strong of progress as we had hoped, but a lot of that had to do with the fact that many of our students who came in during the pandemic took the early MCAP administrations. That ended up counting for their graduation requirement. And so particularly in math, they didn't then have to go on and take another one for a graduation requirement. And we weren't aware, and I don't think many in the state were aware, that the state was going to still use that early assessment because it was so rushed, controversial. It was out even before the actual field testing had been completed. But they did, and so we expect, and I expect next year, based upon the way our high schools have been performing, very high rates on ELA, that we're going to see some pretty strong improvement there.
Can I say one thing on that? Tom and I are Tom is more of a math wizard than me, but well, I'm not going to go that far either. I'm not going to go. I have a math degree. But we enjoy the same sorts of things. So one of the things I want to share with the board, and Tom and I have a lot of conversation about this, is when you look at our greens and our reds and our yellows, so the piece that's important to know if you're not a math person is that many times a green or a red that we are experiencing but it's hard to determine statistical significance. So when you look at a red, like Pocomoke High School, I'll pick math change, and it's down by 0.06. We count that as it's down by 0.06, but that's not statistically significant. So that's not to say that Pocomoke High School had a math change that was negative, that actually meant something, that Pocomoke, for example, wasn't doing as well in math. The same thing goes if you look at on track for graduation for Snow Hill High School and Decatur High School. Although we have a red arrow there, that's not that. If I had to run a statistical significance, I'm confident that it would show me that that wasn't really Snow Hill and Pocomoke didn't, or I'm sorry, Decatur and Snow Hill did not perform on track for 9th grade in a way that was less than they performed last time. But I mean, this is an example of how minute we get into the details. I know that Ms. Shorts does the same thing. Dr. Hamill comes to our levels meetings and we pick apart this data. And then our schools take it back and they look at it kid by kid by kid. So while you do see some green arrows there, I would tell you that, you know, you can look at over on school quality for the student success indicator, student changes. Those things are not statistically significant. So essentially they performed the same, they didn't perform less. So I just wanted to point that out because Tom and I have a lot of conversation about that, and sometimes it's helpful to break it down that way.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Dr. Andes?
Dr. Hamill, thank you very much for this excellent overview. One of the other issues is that some of our schools, the N number is not that big.
That is correct. You're absolutely correct.
So as an example, I'm making up the numbers, but let's say at Snow Hill High School, you could have 80 students in a class, so that each one of those students is worth more than 1%. So if one student improves or makes a change or whatever happens to be, it impacts the entire school in terms of the rating. In my prior life, I argued with the state over N. In other words, at what point in time do you reach that threshold? I can remember when it was 5 students. And as you illustrated at Pocomoke Elementary School, they just met the N number of 10. I personally don't think an N of 10 reflects what the entire school is doing. And I urge our team to continue to point out to MSDE that the N is critically important, especially when you have small rural schools. The other aspect of observation is that our Snow Hill Middle School and Pocomoke Middle School are different than any other middle schools in Maryland, because most middle schools are grades 6, 7, and 8. Whereas before my time, our Snow Hill Middle School and Pocomoke Middle School are grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So they really have 5 testing grades, as opposed to what the traditional model would be. So I thank you and I applaud you for helping us dissect this information. I also thank you and applaud you for sharing it with our building leadership and the instructional leadership teams at each of our schools so they can unpack the data. At some point in time, not today, but at some point in time in the future, I'd like a presentation to the board on what exactly do parents receive.
Yes, we can do that.
I would like to see that at some point in time, because I know from my past life, I saw what parents received in the past in terms of their student progress report based on MCAP scores or whatever the scores happen to be. But I think it's important for us to understand what report the parents receive so that we can be assured that the Maryland State Department of Education is doing everything they possibly can to provide that information to parents in a timely manner, in an understandable manner, so that parents actually understand the current academic progress or status of their particular child.
I won't get into specifics, but I will say that we are mandated by COMAR. The state will release to us what's called an individualized student report. We are mandated, I believe it's 30 or 45 days within receiving that of sending it home, essentially, and making sure that the parents get it.
And I would just like at some point in time to see what that looks like, because I haven't looked at one of those in a few years. And my concern is that is the state putting together a report, we're responsible for sending it out, that when it gets home, the parents truly understand, and more importantly, students understand what their current academic status is. Celebrate, address, whatever happens to be, because again, if parents understand it, the students understand it, everyone understands it, then we can provide the proper interventions or enrichment. One of my frustrations in my former life, and I'll ask you, the kids take the test in March or April, or now they're taking it in January. We never got the results back in my past life until the fall. It made no sense to me in terms of providing academic support to students. If the students are taking the state test in the spring, why does it take so long for the state to get the information back to us? Because by the time they get it back to us, it's of no use to us. So the second part of my inquiry, besides the academic report that's going home to the parents, is when do we get the results back? And when we get those results back, are they timely, and can we use them to provide critically important either enrichment or remediation support for our students?
So I can tell you that this year, we received the spring scores the last week of July.
Okay, so I just want our community to understand that the spring testing is March, April, and we didn't get those results until July. So if I'm a teacher, the student takes the test in March and April, I don't get the results to July, those students have moved on. They've moved on. So I don't have time. If I would get those results back in a timely manner, the student takes them in March and April, they take them on the computer, I get the results back a week later, whatever happens to be, then I can use April, May, June to provide appropriate support, enrichment, or academic remediation.
There is hope. So right now, you may be aware we are running the end of course assessments for biology and for government. They've boiled that down to a 9-day business day turnaround time. So we're hopeful, but it's the writing and it's the process scoring that I don't think they've felt comfortable, understandably so, turning that over to machines quite yet. And so they're still hiring those human readers, which is what elongates the process.
It's just my entire career.
I know.
It's since '96.
Honestly, it's one of the reasons
since the state started testing MISPAP way back once upon a time, and some of the people in this room probably took MISPAP at some point in time. It takes 6 to 9 months to get the results back. And by the time we get the results back, they're useless.
And honestly, it's one of the reasons we, not to go too far afield here, but we spend a tremendous amount of time and effort on progress monitoring through a variety of other private platforms such as iReady, so that we know how the kids are doing all the way up until June 15th. And we're making sure that we're constantly adjusting ourselves based upon that. The state data is shines a light at that very, very broad public level, but at the school level and at the district level, we spend a tremendous amount of time with data that is very timely.
And I very much appreciate that. I would just wish the state would get their act together.
Yes, me too.
And provide that information in a timely manner so that our teachers and our parents and our building level leaders would have the information so they could do what they need to do to help our students move forward.
And I will say, Dr. Andes, more the SRs, the student selected responses come back right away. They come back within days. It's those broad, longer responses that we do, it does take longer, but we do get some responses back right away. So there is some planning that we can do right away, but the whole picture doesn't come back till later. But Tom is correct. We have a lot of data that we confirm how our kids are doing and compare with iReady or interims and things that we use to compare. So.
Any other questions for Mr. Hamill?
I just had one other question too. As far as that student survey and the educator survey goes, can you give just a brief overview of why that aspect is important to this overall testing? Because I guess I failed to understand with all these red arrows down with the student survey and the educator survey, is that drawing our numbers down or our stars down then? And what is the, I guess the survey, is it factually based or is it emotionally based?
Kind of backing up a little bit. The measurement of school success that ESSA is trying to get at is intended to weight academics heavily, but also look at a variety of other things, including how students feel and how educators feel in their school environments. So the survey asks questions about things, ask students questions that try to get to, do you have an adult that you feel like you can go talk to? Do you feel safe at school? Do you see substance abuse? Do you feel like you can do what's being asked of you? So those are the sorts of things that the survey tries to get to, and then it develops an overall number based upon that.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that as we picked apart this data as it came back, and we also have to be careful to not just look at whether a school increased or decreased. For example, when we see like a lot of red somewhere, because the score could already be very high, right? So it just depends on which one you're looking at, and it also isn't out of 10 points. So they're out of a separate number of points. Interestingly enough, and we've discussed this with the board before, other surveys that we give, I'll just use the word, we get very interesting responses. And one of the things, if I was ever writing another dissertation, which I will not, that I would be interested in would be student perceptions in rural areas, because you're kind of secluded, right? In Worcester County Public Schools, and I'll be very honest, they're even secluded from things that go on in neighboring counties. Kids who would come to me from, I'm not going to shout out anybody in Maryland, but let's say a county in Virginia would come here and be like, oh my goodness, at Pocomoke High School, oh my goodness, like this school's so amazing. Here's what went on in my old school. But our perceptions of students are very interesting here, and I'm curious if all rural areas see that, because we get interesting results back on this. We get interesting results back on we do a health survey every year, MYRBS, and those results come close to other places that are very urban and we know have a lot of health issues around sexual health or those types of things that are measured on that survey. Our actual data on those things, though, doesn't really align with what students' perception is on those things. So when we look at binge drinking, the data that we have on binge drinking of the actual data isn't the same as what our students perceive it to be. So I think we're curious sometimes if our students' perception is like, because they just don't know how things are other places. It's just very interesting. We look at that MYRBS survey with our health department very closely, and it just doesn't mirror the health statistics, like around sexual health, for example, and the lack of it in Worcester County. Our actual health data, though, doesn't show that. So it's kind of interesting, like what you see is how, and you perceive is very much affected by if you have a limited scope of what you see. So we've been looking at that very closely, and I will also share that in previous years, a Likert scale, and I don't know how familiar anyone is with a Likert scale, but it's not a simple answer on a Likert scale. It's not like, have you binged, I'll use MYRBS, have you binge drinked in the last year? Yes or no? It's not that. A Likert scale measures, is a measurement by like likely, more likely, most likely, for example. It's answers like that. In past years, each of our schools have been given a PowerPoint to go over with their students to educate them on how to answer Likert questions and what an answer means. So for example, do students at your school engage in binge drinking often? That doesn't mean if last week I found out that Tom was binge drinking, I answered that question yes, all the way, the top one. And our kids seem to be answering questions that way, rather than Tom's the only kid I know all year who got in trouble for binge drinking. So I shouldn't be answering the highest question, but it's in my memory as something that happened yesterday. So I'm going to answer that question as a 5 instead of really what should be probably a 1. So we did that in prior years. We are going back to that this year. We did not do it last year. So we also had some questions we saw some small drops, which really weren't, I don't believe, statistically significant. I haven't had Tom run the confidence intervals, but I actually don't think that there's going to be any data that shows they're any less. Or perceptions are any worse. But we're definitely going to go back to educating students on those Likert scale questions and how to answer them accurately. We did not do that. That was a miss on our part, and we're going to make sure we do that this year.
Yes, two, but just to circle back around, I think that's just part of the whole school perception with climate and culture and what the state is trying to get at, not just academic growth, but how does the staff and faculty feel about the school as well as the students from 5th grade on. So we don't ask our youngest learners about their school perception, but they do ask our 5th grade students on up. They're interested in that.
Okay.
In the stars. Yeah.
This is very important. So I thank you for asking the question. One of the things when I first came on here at the central office that I did was, and that was I think 6 years ago now, was when we got this data back, we were looking at places where we could grow, and the rate, and I was like, survey data, like I want to know what this is saying, right? It's bad. It's not bad, but I mean, it's not where I want it to be. I want our survey data to be better than this. And I was curious if it was the MYRBS connection, if we're just getting poor scores, but it's not really how our kids felt. So I went out and did focus groups. I had principals randomly select students in their school building. So I wasn't just, all the little troublemaker Bill Buchanan's. It wasn't a room full of him and all the wonderful little perfect NHS Mr. Bill Gordy's. It wasn't a room full of them. It was a randomly selected group of students. I also met with school leadership around the school as far as like student leadership of the different groups, like chess club and all the different groups. And what I found was when I went back and I looked, we get some idea of some of those questions that they might ask, and we had the areas. And so I went and I asked the students, I said, here's what your school said about this. Tell me more. And I will tell you that overwhelmingly at all 3 high schools, they were like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that's not our perceptions of the school. So I want you to know that we are doing follow-up around these things. And one of those things is focus groups, because it's important to dig in and say, hey, why is this? And hey, school counselors, what can you do to provide your staff with more education around why a student might feel like they don't have an adult they can go to if they're in trouble? So we do take it very seriously.
One last follow-up question with that. Are parents able to see what their children fill out on these surveys?
They are, there is public access to all of the possible questions that could be asked. So anybody.
Do they have to do a PIA request to the state, or?
No, it's right there on, you can actually Google it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Maryland School Survey, and you'll be able to, not results. Those, nobody has access to those, but the actual
so
questions.
just the questions. So
just the questions.
They can't see how their kids answer. But they should be allowed to see how their kids answer.
I wouldn't know how an individual teacher responded either.
Right. Well, and that's really not my question, because, I mean, that's a certain teachers. But as far as a parent to a child, I don't see why a parent wouldn't be able to access what their children are filling out.
Well, they can access the questions that their kids would be.
Yeah, but it's not the answers. Right.
Do not access the answers.
And I think from just survey taking perspective, if you do not guarantee anonymity, the likelihood of getting true responses goes down. It's harder to judge that what you're getting is actually accurate.
Any other questions for Dr. Hamill? Dr. Hamill, thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Wallace, and thank you, Ms. Shorts. Turn it back over to Ms. Shorts for the blueprint update.
And you'll be happy to hear I have no updates this month on the blueprint. So back to you, Mr. Fronte. This concludes curriculum and instruction.
Thank you. And what I would do at this time, I'll take a brief 5-minute recess for everyone here. And we're not going to keep it long because we need to get, we have another appointment over at the tech school at 4 o'clock. So I'll just take a brief 5-minute recess and we'll be back with everyone. Thank you. As we get back to resuming our meeting, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for administrative operations. Dr. Wallace?
That's okay. I'll take over from here if you don't mind. I've got the personnel exhibit for you. I have the January personnel exhibit. Leave of absence for your consideration: Amanda Dean, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. New hires: Meredith Lynch, Judy Center Early Learning Hub social worker grant funded at Buckingham Elementary School, and Jennifer Ramondi, educational assistant at Berlin Intermediate School. The superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the personnel exhibit as presented, and a second, please?
So moved, Bill Gordy.
Motion by Mr. Gordy.
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I have our safety update. I just wanted to give the board an update. I know a comment was made earlier about we were stalling with the weapons detection system. I want to provide some clarity to our community and our board around that. We had, it is a requirement of our contract that our Teachers Association is a part of our safety committee. Our Teachers Association, I believe, and Mr. Goddard, I know, is in the room, contacted us like the night before and told us in December that they were unable to attend because they had another commitment. And then we are also not, they are required to be there. So the last meeting that we had an early dismissal. And so when we have an early dismissal, our teachers by contract have to go home, and by contract they have to be a part of the safety committee, so no one has stalled or kicked the can down the road. We've just been unlucky on the days that we've had our meetings scheduled. So I spoke with Mr. Goddard this morning, and January, it looks like January 23rd is when our next safety meeting will be. He confirmed that with me this morning. So that is the update, and so we will be coming to you with recommendations around what the committee is going to put forward, hopefully after that safety meeting. So back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wallace. Now it's time for physical operations, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. We just have two brief items today. The first one is the Stephen Decatur Middle School requisition number 24. We have our facilities planner, Mr. Joe Price. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Decatur Middle Requisition 24 is the closeout payment to our site contractor, Reynolds Excavating. And with your approval of this requisition, we will have closed out 21 of our 24 contractors.
Okay, superintendent recommends approval of the Stephen Decatur Middle School construction requisition 24. Can I have a motion and a second to approve Stephen Decatur Middle School construction requisition 24 and a second?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Elena and Ms. McComas, and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Price. My last item, Mr. Ferrante, is the monthly financial report for the month of December, with non-salary expenditures of $3,237,794.28. The superintendent recommends approval of the December financial report as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the December 31st, 2023 monthly financial report as presented?
So moved, Bill Gordy.
Motion by Mr. Gordy. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolbert. Now it's time for, I open the floor to my fellow board members for any comments they may have.
I would like to make two different comments. The first one was I actually wanted to make a motion. I had brought it up to Mr. Tolbert at our last work session meeting in regards to having the monthly reports given to the board members as far as the budget is concerned with the categories, and having it broken down by what has been spent to date in comparison to what the approved budget numbers were. And I would frankly just like to make a motion so that we would be receiving that as a monthly portion of that monthly financial report.
First of all, I'm not so sure that it requires a motion. We could ask the superintendent to ask ask Mr. Tolbert to provide that, but I want to make sure that Mr. Tolbert has the time, since he's putting together the monthly, he's putting together FY25 budget, to be able to provide that information to the board.
Yes, Mr. Fronte, I'll look into it, but I think I'll be able to get that to the board starting next month, if that's something that the board would like to receive.
Okay.
I just think
Thank
it would
you.
be good for year-to-dates
But-
with monthly.
After you've had a chance to look into that, Mr. Toll will report back to us.
That would be great,
Okay?
thank you. And if it's possible, because it was such an important thing to ask with our public comments, if it's okay with the board, I would like to just read out loud the public comment that came from Virginia Cipollone. Since she was unable to do it here, she had to leave.
And all of our board members have a copy of that.
Right, but if it was so important to have it as a public comment, I would like to honor that.
You have the floor.
I am here today to give my input about the academic calendar for next year. I would like to ask if there could be a way to do away with all or most of half-days. The middle of the week half-day is disruptive to the students. I notice that my kids go to bed later on the nights before half-days and are less focused on school and schoolwork. They just don't take that day seriously. The flow and focus of the academic week is disrupted. I imagine it does the same for the teachers. If we could find a way to condense these half-days and rearrange the academic calendar so that when students and teachers are off of school, they are actually resting, enjoying their families, and resetting to prepare for learning. I would like to ask if it's possible to give our district, like many other schools around the country, a true spring break or winter break when it is needed the most and when it is most affordable to travel. One idea would be to allow a 1 week break between the semesters so that everyone come back recharged for semester 2. Another idea would be a week in March when many other schools have spring break, getting us through a long period of time between January and June with no real breaks. The calendar shows various miscellaneous days off and half days. It would be nice to put those together and give us a good reason to have quality time with our families. We don't have to go to the school till the end of June to achieve this. Many people in this area work starting around Easter through October, with our summer season having been extended for vacationers over the years. The rest of Maryland goes back to school before Labor Day. If we need to shave a couple days off the end of the year in June, we can certainly go back to school a couple days early, since many students who play sports have to go back by the second week of August anyway. I hope that you can consider eliminating the half-days and give us a true week-long break during a time that it is most affordable to travel, so that we can take that opportunity to reset for school and work. Thank you.
Any, Dr. Andes?
Thank you, Mr. Fronte. Just two comments. One is, those of you who have seniors, it's FAFSA time. So that if you haven't completed the FAFSA form already, I encourage you to do that. I know all of our high schools have available counselors and other individuals. I know that the community colleges and universities are helping fill out that FAFSA form. But if you are a senior and you haven't completed your FAFSA form, even if you're never thinking about going to any post-secondary education, I would encourage you to complete it. And for those of us who are parents, get those tax records together, because you'll need them, because if your child is attending any university for 4 years of post-secondary, you'll be filling them out for 4 years. And if you have more than one child, you'll be filling them out for 8 or 10 or 12 years. So everything determined in terms of student aid is through the FAFSA form. So if you haven't done so already, and I know there have been some glitches in the FAFSA form, please complete it. The second thing, today we honored our student athletes and we honored our coaches. But I also want to talk about their families. That is the families of the coaches. For those individuals who coach fall sports, as I did, back in the day, we start on August the 15th, and if you're so lucky, you go through Thanksgiving weekend and beyond. And as a coach, you never see your family. You don't see your family from August, in my case, August 15th on until, if we made it to the state playoffs, in terms of state playoffs, it would be Thanksgiving weekend. And so I just want to give a shout out. I know we thanked our coaches today, we recognized our student athletes, but I also want to thank their families and the sacrifices they make, the spouses, and most importantly, their kids. Because by the time, the sports season starts, until the time the sports season is over, in many cases, families don't see their coach, mom, or dad because of the commitment they have for time. So fill out the FAFSA form. And all of the student athletes, I would encourage you to obviously thank your coaches, but also to thank the family members of those coaches who sacrifice so much so that their dad or mom can be on that field or in that gym or wherever it happens to be throughout the sporting season. And just as a personal record, during my high school basketball career, I had a total of 24 points. I never broke the 1,000-point record. I never even got close to it, but I had 24 points, and I'm very proud of that. I didn't set any records, but I had 24 points. In every game I ever played in, we won. I just want to point that out. And one final thing, on January 30th, if you happen to be a student at Stephen Decatur High School, on January 30th, we've been invited, Delmarva Pets on Wheels, to have our dogs in school to help students get through their final exams. So if you're a student at Stephen Decatur High School, on January 30th, I'll have our 2 collies in the library, so stop by and pet Finn and Jock. And anytime you pet our dogs, you'll have good luck on your finals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Buchanan?
I've got some thoughts and a comment in regard to the budget situation that we're kind of going through right now. I'm giving a lot of thought to this. And I really feel like I'm seeing the decline of my school system if this negative budget climate continues. Now I said my school system, and I feel like I have the right to say that because I was born and raised in this county. I went to the schools in this county, graduated Pocomoke High School. My 2 daughters went through Pocomoke schools. My wife and I both taught in this county. My daughter is currently a teacher in this county, and I have 2 grandchildren that are also in the school system. So I feel very, very personal about this. And the feelings that I get with the situation in regard to this budget climate is like one of sadness and anger, in a sense. Sadness is because I think it's the possibility that we're going to go from one of the best school systems in the state to a system that might have to struggle with reducing teaching staff, which would bring forth larger class sizes, reduction or elimination of viable programs for students, diminished monies of instruction, which when I was in the classroom, that was always very, very important to me, and the lowest starting teacher salary in the state of Maryland. The angry is, I guess, the insinuation that our executive team and staff, who I really think are people of honor, honesty, and integrity, and who are also experts in their field of education. The insinuation is that they're trying to inflate the need for money in our system. And for what gain? For what gain do people think that that's happening? I think the gain is so that teachers and staff can give and have the best resources and materials, because the students of Worcester County deserve it. My last thought here, and this is something that it's been in my head for a while here, is that why would any public official in our county want their legacy while they're in office to be tarnished and remembered as removing the foundation of our excellent school system so that it would tumble from the height that we're at right now, and cause it to be almost like we're in a basic survival mode if this happens and this continues. We should all want to remember for the good that we do when we're in public office, but especially the students of Worcester County. Thank you.
Mr. Gordy, Mr. Smack? Ms. McGomez? No? I just, first of all, I want to wish everyone, all of our staff, our students, and everyone out there a healthy, happy New Year. I didn't have the opportunity to do that at our last meeting because it was in December. But I also want to speak to one of the speakers who said that I wouldn't give them more time than 2 minutes to speak. First of all, I try to be extremely fair up here with every speaker's time. I think that public speaking to our board is very important. I take it very seriously, as I know all of our other board members do. But many speakers have requested that we give more time to them. But in order to keep our board meeting moving, last time I think we had close to 50 speakers, and our meeting didn't end until 6:02 p.m. And I know I set a record for the longest meeting that we ever had. But the important thing is to keep them moving and make them productive and get to our business, as well as listening to public speaking. And the reason that I offered the speaker the opportunity to meet with myself and the superintendent in private is because I do care about the comments that he or she would offer us. And that's the reason. Not to be non-transparent, but just to make sure that I heard her sentiments and heard her feelings. So that's the reason that I offered that public speaking. But again, we have a practice in place that's been in place for over 3 years that we only allow 2 minutes of public speaking to each and every speaker. So that's the way the board has maintained it, and that is the way that I administer it. So I just want to make sure. So thank you very much, Mr. Smack.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I just here to thinking, I want to personally thank the board members that attended Dr. King banquet yesterday evening. We had a very, very good time. I want to thank you all. As you know, next month, February, is Black History Month. And I want to thank all the schools that participate in honoring Dr. King to their particular schools. And with that said, have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, now I'll turn it over to Mr. Taylor for informational items and announcements.
Just a few announcements. Immediately, not quite immediately, but soon at 4 o'clock today, we will be honoring, it's a tradition here in Worcester County Public Schools to honor our tenured teachers who receive tenure. We will be doing that at 4 o'clock at Worcester Technical High School. As Ben said earlier today, January the 29th and 30th, there'll be a half a day of schools because it's exams for our middle and high schools. And then teachers turning the semester over, get the afternoon to do all the work to make that happen, because on Monday they come back to the new semester. On January 31st, schools will be closed for a professional day for our staff. On February the 19th, schools and offices are closed as we honor and recognize President's Day. So again, that's Monday, February the 19th. And as Ms. Shorts reported earlier today, February the 22nd will be our Media Expo at 5 p.m. at Snow Hill High School. And we have excess of 600 to 800 people who attend that, parents and kids. It's a long evening, but it's a wonderful evening. So I encourage you to be a part of that. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante, back to you.
Okay. And now the next Worcester County Board of Education meeting is now going to be held on February 13th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room. This will be a budget work session. And this will, at the Worcester County Board of Education, located at 6270 Worcester Highway in Newark, Maryland. The budget work session will begin at, we had 10, but I'm going to say 9 a.m. And the board meeting information will be posted on the website at www.worcesterk12.org under board meetings and board docs. And now I need, I'm not going to adjourn the open session because I think we're going to go back into closed session. And so I will need a motion and a second to go into closed session.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
We are now in closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Todd Ferrante. I'd like to reconvene this open session board meeting. And as we reconvene this open session, I want to remind everyone that we do have a quorum. Today, a closed session meeting was held pursuant to Article 3-305B regarding school safety. And now I'd like to call for a motion to close today's open session meeting and a second.
Motion.
A motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now closed.